All right. How's it going, Jeremy? How's it going? Looks like it's just you and me for now. That's right. The Centaur, yeah. Trying to get it done. So I'm gonna try and figure out right now what to do with the avionics. See if we can't work what I'd like to do with it, having multiple modules. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know why it's giving me this thing that is, I'm using experimental parts because I'm not. So I'm not sure why it's giving me that message. Can I build it? That's old. What is this? There we go. I knew that was it. Show build. These guys are just guys I have to put back into orbit. Some of the updates kind of killed it. Well, something that the update 2.1.10 killed it. I don't know exactly what it was, but like some of the parts got removed or renamed, and she was gone. So I rebuilt these, and we're just gonna hyper-edit them back into orbit where they were exactly. So no harm, no foul. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll work on this a little later. For now, I kind of have an idea how to approach it, but I don't want to spend time on that right now. I want to finish this section here, so we'll do that. Thank you. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. I really like this lining on inside. Like isogrid design. Looks great. So now the weird thing is if we look at something like this. It's super hard to tell exactly what's going on, but yeah, let's see if we can get something better than that. I was not able to find really great screenshots of the avionics modules, but let's see, maybe we can try. Let's see, Centaur, the avionics modules. Pretty good, actually. Yeah. Very good, actually. Those live streams are up, so you can definitely go and check at. Well, you can check out the portions you want to see those, but honestly, they worked out pretty good. Hold on, let me drop the volume to the music here a bit. Is the music too loud? Should be all right. Might just be too loud on my headsets. But yeah, no, it turned out really well, actually. Like, I upgraded to stronger boosters to jettison the canopy and stronger booster for the seat. And honestly, like, it works. Like, it's the one thing that I can't seem to get to work consistently is the parachute deployment, which I have no idea why. But I did figure out that some of the timing values were off a bit. And by tweaking those, honestly, like, it's pretty high fidelity at this point. It's actually pretty successful. So now it'll be a question of, once we're in the series, to figure out a way to implement it into something. But I would definitely like to have that. There is at least excuse me, there's at least one idea that I know I can do with it. That should start coming around in a not too distant future, episode wise. That's not what I want, but yeah, we'll figure out other ways of implementing that injection system, because it's nice. What site is this? Maybe Flickr will have something for us, although I doubt. Here in the Space Museum. Film and audio. Archive. Film. No. Not film. Image collection. I guess maybe Flickr is the answer. I must have this one already. Which ones do I have? Hold on, let me see if I have this one. I'm like 99% sure I've got it, because I went through all of these already. What? I'm shocked. What's the size? Sometimes I don't get them just because they're a bit too small. Yeah, it's a little small. Oh, this is a pretty decent one. See, that's the thing, like, the avionics racks, you can see there, you've got a module there, like a couple modules here, some other stuff there, because they're all split apart, right? And the thing about the way KSP is, it models it, generally, like, the thing is, it's not a problem, like, to have just a single module where everything is integrated, but if you're trying to go for, like, the aesthetic stuff that I do, you kind of have to bypass the way it was implemented into the game, sort of. If you know what I mean. That's a very similar shot here. See? Like, you've got that, a bunch of stuff underneath here. The only thing is, when you make the procedural parts, procedural avionics like this small, you end up getting no usable avionics. What's up, Anthony? So that's kind of somewhat annoying, but let's see what if we can come up with something else. Yeah, lots of stuff in here. How do I go back to photo stream? It's not going back to photo stream. That's a nice one. Small. What about... Like, it's not just finding a good shot, it's finding a good shot that's properly sized. I guess we'll keep this guy. We'll use it. Maybe at some point. Where did it? Ah, wrong place. Nope, not the Centaur I'm looking for. Ah, look at that. Gold mine. Look at that. See what I mean? Like, look at all this. So, like, trying to model something even remotely similar to that in KSP, like you'd have to do in Blender or something, or... So it's kind of unfortunate. But, I mean, this is me using the game in ways it wasn't really supposed to be used, but... It's a fun challenge, I guess. Huh. Looks like a hot mess. Emphasis on hot. It's kind of hot. It is quite a mess, though. Well, I think it's kind of art. I mean, the engineering and all this, the manufacturing is just this absolute beauty. It's beautiful, man. It's great. So these are the ones we were looking at. What does this guy give us? Kind of something new. I hate that these guys are so small, though. It's so annoying. Oh, well. See, you basically had these two flat, I guess, pellets you want to call them, rack mounts or something like that. So we'll try and do that. That's fairly easy to do. I already know what to do with that. I already know how to work it. Even creating the gap here. We'll see what we can do. I want to be careful though, because I don't want to go over the top and create too many parts. Because right now we are already at something like 220. That's without any sort of payload on top, so you gotta be careful. I like my detailing, but I also like my frames. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Interestingly enough, I learned just yesterday, in fact, that depending on whether or not that we're going to go for short duration flights or sort of like long haul flights where there would be like large pauses in between the use of Centaur, they would add helium spheres. So you actually had different configurations where there were either just a 2 outboard helium sphere, or there could be a third one here and even a fourth one here. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Kind of little details that I like to learn about this kind of stuff. This one is sort of hard to understand what's going on, but I kind of get the gist of it. Hmm. That's nice. I like this. That's a lot of wiring. It's a little small, but we'll take it. There's one thing that I would like to do, but I probably won't. And if you look at how the truss section is done, you can kind of see that it goes all the way to the perimeter edge and then up, right? At least in this configuration. This isn't the only configuration, but this is one of them. A lot of procedural parts. Yeah. What's up, Odin? How's it going, man? It's good to see you. So you can see this, the truss section, this whole, like, you've got the upper bulkhead here, and then you've got this truss section here, and it basically, it's the same outer diameter as Centaur's diameter, right? But problem is, if you try to do 43, something like that, if you try to make it big enough for that, see, right now this guy weighs 177 kilos, which is not little. You'd have to have something roughly that size. And it's like 307 kilos. It's like, it's such a huge amount. It's deadly. It's too heavy. So instead I'm going to forego trying to do something like that, and instead go for the config that has like a smaller one like that. That's 163, which is a lot. I mean, it's like half the weight. Yeah, and like, it looks really good. It would be nice to have kind of both configs, but I mean, it's just the weight it's deadly. So I'm going basically for something that's kind of like this, where you've got the Avionics racks below here, and then you've just got sort of this portion here that's a truss. There should be kind of like this, actually. So we'll probably try to imitate something like that. But first things first, we have to try and figure out if we can actually get any working avionics. If I go something like, I need about 20 tons, because Centaur is 16. 3 tons realistically is about as much as we'll get mass-wise. If I do, so we need what? We need 20 tons. Avionics-wise, at 2 tons a piece, that would give us 10 modules, which is not too crazy. We can maybe put just 10 here. But if we do that, this guy is not gonna get deep space. Can I get more with deep space? Probably not. So you're at 100%, and there's basically nothing here. And you can't even really go smaller than that. And that's kind of the thing that's annoying me, is that this is not small. This is kind of bulky and big. And you can barely squeeze much of anything in it. What if we do this? Controllable is going to get you nothing off of that, because that's what the science is for. I thought I had further out than this. This is weird. Control mouse 2 if I want to. 2. We'll do that. Can I get that? I cannot. What if you drop this down to 0? Can you get more? Select no. Not what I want. If I do anything like that, I'd clip in 2.5 in the fuel tank and then leave the probe cores as fuel tanks. I was debating something to that extent. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see it as cheating Simple reason being that what I'm trying to do with the avionics, I don't think the guys who made the mods thought about it. So like if you play RP1 the way it's quote unquote supposed to be played, you don't run into this kind of a problem. But if you play like me, you do. You do. So I think you're not, I think you're right. I think it's going to be exactly that. So let's open these guys up. This ring here I think would probably be, is that, wait a minute, that, are they really? Oh, this guy's got nothing. Okay. If anything, it'd be more weight that the avionics on the actual Centaur. Maybe. I don't know. What's the size of this guy? It's 3.1 by 30. 3.1 by 30. Let's see if we can. Let's see how much avionics we can squeeze into that. Let's start there. So we'll go back to disc. Cylinder diameter is going to be 3.1. We'll drop it down. I can't make it thinner. How much can you squeeze into this? Because we could maybe... I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking the hex from before. It definitely has got a bit more of an authentic look to it. So we'll see what we can do with that. This is a bit of a painstaking, like doing this is not too bad with the cylindrical parts, but with the hex, it's kind of a nightmare. All right, one thing at a time. That's why I was using this guy. You've got, I think it's 20. It's kind of odd. It's kind of unbalanced, to be honest. It's like it weighs 0.2. You don't have to tool it, and I think it can handle 65. Yeah, 65 tons. Like it's so completely broken. Because these, like Thor Able is Thor Regina. These are early rockets. Able Star. So that's the thing, like FASA was just never really cared for much. So that's why I want to break away from FASA a bit. This guy, yeah, FASA again, 130 tons for 0.2, like, doesn't make any sense. So what we'll do is we'll size this guy to fit underneath here, so that we don't have. Should this guy be white? That feels wrong. I've always had it white, but I feel like it should just be silver like the rest of it. There's like anti-radiation shielding here, so you can see this white stuff here, all of that. That's why the aft one is white, but I don't think there's that on top. See, like, this was like, I don't know what it was. It's not a cloth, but I know I read somewhere this is anti-radiation shielding, probably to protect it from boil off. I'm not sure, but I have to see if the top part is like that at all. And it doesn't seem like, if I'm looking at all these pictures, there seems to be absolutely nothing there. So we'll fix that right now. It should be nose. It'll be, what do we have here? Should be silver, steel metallic, steel metallic. Yeah. Yeah, like, I feel like maybe it could be foam, but platinum, no steel. Nose. Nose. There we go. What about Oh, this is not the one I used. Which one did I use? What am I using on the core? What does this do? What's that 138? Steel, it should be steel metallic. What did I use? Silver metallic? Nope. I guess I might have did a custom look for it or something. Nose. I really want to get this thing looking well. Like, it's already looking pretty good, I think, for most Centaur builds in KSP, but I think there's definitely room for progress. It's just satisfying when you actually use it and you're like, ah, it looks real. 216. So you can see the difference here. It's got more shine to it. It's more glossy. So I like that. Yeah. Did I screw this part? I know I screwed that part up. Mount. That should be white. Yep. Detail. There we go. That's already an improvement. What up? Is MTL from Montreal Aerospace? Is that what it is? Because that could definitely fit as an acronym. But, hello, and welcome to the stream. Let me. No handles. Is this the one? Nope. Numbers. Alright. I was way off in that case. Thickness. This guy, I think, is what it is. Nope. Wrong one. Which one? Ah, this. No. No. Wait. Nope. I'm trying to reduce this thickness and I can't remember what it is. Length? Yep, there we go. That's it. 150. Let's go. Because this is actually thinner than I thought it was. Increase the length of this guy. Shrink the diameter down, actually. SFS? I have no idea what SFS is. At least not that acronym. What's SFS? We'll come back to this. We'll work at it a little later. But right now, let's Let's deal with this avionics thing. Let's get some pictures up. We'll do that. So this guy. This is actually the bulkhead. What you're seeing here. So what if this guy is open? I'll just get this guy to be 4 to 3. Yeah, that's gonna be better, I think. 2 meter base. Like that. That's gonna be even more accurate, I think. I kind of need an in-between, like a cross, if I really want it to be exact, between this guy and this guy. But I think I like this guy better. Or this guy. That. 2 meters. Get rid of this. Yeah, this is going to be the guy. This guy. To get this guy back. I should really be mounting that directly on the tank itself instead. That way I don't have to worry about what happens with the top of the dome like that. Might have to make this guy a bit bigger. A truss variant for tanks? A truss variant for tanks. A truss variant for tanks. You're not talking about these guys at all. That wouldn't make sense at all. They added a truss variant for tanks and structural pieces. I will have to check that out. I think I'm probably, they pushed 112 out. So 112 is a thing now, and it's a huge overhaul. But it's save breaking, which is why we're not going to make the move. But for the mods like real fuels and RO tanks and procedural tanks, all that stuff, you should still be able to update to at least you get the latest of that. It's the RP1 itself. I'm gonna have to speak with. I'm gonna have to ask Nathan about that. So we'll just put this into place for now, but we'll come back to it at a later time. Right now, my main concern is working out these avionics. So we could maybe do this kind of disc here for the avionics, and then you'll have the bulkhead in between the truss segment exposed. I think that could be nice. Let's give it a shot. So it'll be that, and we will make it much smaller in diameter. This guy is definitely a bit small. Okay, so you're saying the basic silver tanks are like this guy. So like some of the nose, like this stuff here, nose for that kind of stuff, or because I know you can procedural parts. You are talking about procedural parts, because you can do. Are you talking about like the hollow fillet, the hollow cone, hollow cylinder, that kind of stuff? Hollow parts you could make. Maybe not a bad idea. I haven't used this at all. Let's. Can you do that with the avionics modules? Probably. Let's see. Into a truss? I don't see how you can make that into a truss, because you've got that classic disc, cone, cylinder, that polygon, hollow cylinder, and then hollow cone. But how could you make a truss out of that? Bottom diameters. Huh. Maybe that's what they added that I don't have is latest version. Okay. Interesting. Like it looks like that? Interesting. I'm gonna try something. I've got an idea. Let's see if we can work it. Okay, that should be okay. So we'll grow. Okay, hold on. irritating. Hold on. That's a little too low. Let's get it back up a bit. So we'll shrink the bottom a bit to that. We'll grow it a bit. Bring this guy down. Like that. Get rid of that. I don't need it. Where's my avionics? Trying to keep an eye out on how much we can squeeze out. This is more than enough, but so outer's 1.9. It's got to shrink and be thinner, like that. Nope. Like that. We'll make it like really thin if we can. So we're capped at 16.3. If we do it like this. Does that look any good? I'm debating. I think this guy might just be the better option. That too. I hate that I can't grab the truss anymore. God. Seriously? There we go. .2 base size. 163. 2.2. The reason I'm inclined to maybe go with this guy here has to do that if you look at this is basically what it is. Like it's like a full, it's silver, but it's got like this, these ridges, right, built in. So that's a, I thought that could maybe work, this guy, but like it does, but it's not quite right. So we'll use this guy. We'll stretch this guy a bit. Until we can get to, there we go. We could actually even shrink it. Okay. What if we go to 550? 50... 20 tons? Perfect. Perfect. Can we... I want to make this thinner. Oh, that's thick. Too thick. Do that. That. Damn. What if we do this? And then bring everything down. It's not bad. It's getting there. I think we can work with that. I'm going to... Wait, what? Bottom? What's top? This is top. $14. So let's, we're at 14, if we do that. $99.9. Okay. 260. Oh, that's heavy. That's a point. Actually, that's point. What was this guy? This guy was 0.2 tons, which is 200 kilos. I'm at 250. That's ballpark. It's about right. It's gonna hurt us a little. That extra 50 kilograms, but. We should drop it down to 19 tons. How much? I'm gonna wait, hold on, I need to see something here. Let me just do that. Put these guys on. Gotta love that shine. Looks great. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove these. And I'm gonna take this entire rocket, the Atlas booster, off. Because I want to get an exact weight here of what this thing weighs. And it's 17 tons. So 20 gives us 2.7 tons, which is about what it should be. Yeah. Still going at it. Still going at it. It's gonna look good when it's done, though. That's the point. There we go. That gets it nice and thin. That's what I want. About that size. Let's get this guy back up to 4 nodes. And then we'll use 2 of those nodes for this guy here. That. Get rid of that, so that's 2 fewer parts, and then for the other 2 nodes, it'll be this. Because the other way would be to have to attach these off of something else, but we don't have that something else that we can use. So we kind of have to do it this way. But overall, this is the right shape. Close enough, at least. So I'm happy with that. That looks pretty authentic. Maybe just the color's off a bit. It's kind of hard to tell from the black and white pictures what it should be. Interestingly enough, you can tell there seems to be that same sort of white coating on the top here that there isn't on this one here. Maybe because of the different kind of mission. I don't know. This stuff here. So this is the right shape. Definitely. I guess we'll go with silver metallic for these. So it should be different enough from this guy that you can tell. These guys, I'm gonna go with orange foam light, maybe this guy. Ah. Yeah, old procedural wings parts do not cooperate. They don't, the color doesn't follow. So what we'll do is I'll document what the shape of this guy is, and see, like the rest of the colors, but the leading edges don't. The color doesn't follow suit. So we'll look at what this guy is in terms of the geometry, and then we'll just rebuild them real quick. Simple enough. Let's get early's fine. That save is 27511 numbers 2275 01 2 by 1. Go back to this guy. This. What are you doing? 250, 250. That does not make sense. 275, 11, 0, 250, 250. 025, 025. 9, 01, 025. And this guy should be 0. 0 and then 3. 0, 0, and these were 50. And then we'll just switch the color back up. Brown will probably not be right. There we go. 0.35. We should real fuels. This is going to be fuselage, 100% utilization. Tank UI should be entirely battery powered. We'll go 4,500 a piece. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the right color, but what about, let's see. Oh, maybe this? Let's try that. We'll try that. I'll get rid of these. Let me just go back to see a few more pictures. I think this is the better option. There's definitely some white stuff. There's some white boxes there. What's up, Isa? I think you might be the only one on chat or on stream right now. How's it going, man? It's a quiet evening. It's a very, very, very quiet evening, but it's all right. It's all good. Just getting myself some sparkling water. I'm doing all right, man. It's been quite a while since I've actually been dabbling into the game to actually make progress on the career, so it's good. Things are well. I need to. If I'm not mistaken, this flap I'm trying to see if this flap here corresponds to, hold on. I'm trying to see if that flap corresponds to the flap that you see, that you can't see here, but that you see in other pictures. There's like a shroud here for all the wiring. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's not looking bad. Yeah, this is it. See, you can see that's Hydrolox fuel feed. All the wiring that's going up. And then at the very top, you've got this sort of like really thin kind of metallic flap here, which is in the opening of these two flaps. So first things first is I will have to, not the Avionics, but I don't know why it's so hard to grab just this one guy. Anyways, yeah, that. Interesting. Huh. Because, so what I'm thinking about here is that I was planning on using the 2 extra nodes for the payload fairings, but the payload fairings actually are supposed to, if I'm not mistaken, jettison like they are right now. Let's find out. But I'm pretty damn sure about that, but let's find out. Yeah, so right down the center line to roughly where, in between the two engines. So like that. So this is correct. So what we'll have to do, we're actually going to use, I can't get this guy, so what can we use? We'll need something to create additional nodes. Is there something existing already that we can use? Turn the decoupler off for these guys. Forgot to do that. Hold up here. I'm confused with something. Where's that other picture? So the fairing house would be along this center line. So one half and then the other half here. So on either side, if the conduit is basically sort of like the dividing line. So I know that. What I'm trying to see and get at is I do love Atlas Centaur, yeah. It's definitely up there with one of my favorite all-time rockets. It's just so bloody freaking unique. Like, it's just nothing else is really like it. Here it is. And what I'm trying to see right now is this flap appears to not be where there's a slot. So there is, so it's just a bigger slot. Okay. Okay, I see it. I know what I gotta do. I know. So I do need to create additional nodes. Oh, wait a minute, is that what that other guy was talking about? Structural parts. What can we do with this guy? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not really different than the tanks themselves, but okay. Maybe tooling is less expensive, I don't know. This won't give me extra nodes. So we'll drop back down to 2, because I don't need the 4. And the fairings will be attached to those. Probably, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, honestly, if you're going to be using it for that. It makes sense. Get rid of that. Save. We'll toggle this. So now I need to create additional nodes for this guy. I could play around with these guys here, maybe. But I'm trying to not add any additional parts, but it's kind of proven to be a bit of a pain. This guy's got laggy. One extra free node. Maybe. Nope, not what I wanted to do. I wanted to toggle these guys. There could be some other additional nodes that I can use. Let's see. There's this guy here. Why won't it? Okay, there's this guy. What node is this? What is this fairing for? What the heck? I don't even remember. Ah, okay, it's for the installation panels. Got it. Decoupler disabled. Okay. I mean, that's one node that I could use. There's this guy. Is it attached anywhere? Where did it go? What just happened? It disappeared. Where is it? Okay. It sucks. Where did it go? I thought I attached it to this, but it's... What? Oh, there it is. What? Holy, okay. What node is this? No. What? The only thing that I can think of is I would think this guy, but apparently not. Odd. Hold on. See how much of a difference adding that disc makes? Like, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny disc. But you go from this, which just kind of doesn't look like much of anything, to that. And now it actually looks like a mated structural component. Cheers, Jeremy. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Be well. So we'll try and use these nodes for this guy. So we won't have to add any more parts to create the nodes we need to attach these guys. I try. I've gotten, like, a while ago, when I started doing detailing, I just immediately fell in love with what you could do with it. Then when you actually launch it and you play it, it's just like, looks good. It's super satisfying. Let me just bring these guys up a bit further up. Okay. There's so much you can do, man. There's so much you can do, and it's a lot of fun. Like all of this. If you take all of this off, it looks so empty, lifeless, bland, and naked. But this, it just like it looks like a real Centaur upper stage. So this guy is going to go, like that, like that. Then we'll bring it back down to here where it's supposed to go, out one more. Bring this guy out a bit. This guy down. These will not remain where they are right now, so fear not. One more. Oh, this guy is... maybe it was already right. Okay. Interesting. This is the CKN install. If you're referring to these textures, you have to toggle when you're in the recallable procedural fairing. Deprecated apparently, so I have to replace these. I should look at what I got here. But yeah, you can toggle it in between these and you'll get different kinds of textures. And the fuselage recaller gives you that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Prophet. Exactly. Okay, so apparently these are deprecated, so let me replace these. See, some of the fairing parts got deprecated from when I updated from 1.8.1. The RL10s were deprecated. I'm assuming these guys are deprecated. I don't think it'll matter. Like, I think the part will still function okay. But, yeah. Deprecated. If we run into some issues, then I'll recreate these. It's fairly simple. Maybe probably for Atlas 2, we'll just make new ones. It'll be super easy because we'll probably be stretching Centaur anyway, so we'll have to edit them regardless. So, yeah. But let me at least update these guys. That's going to be a 2-minute job. That. No. These guys should be locked. These guys are locked. So as long as these guys are locked and they're not connected to these the node on the procedural fairing base, so they're not going to get tweaked by us adjusting it for this guy here. I mean, these are the old ones, and it loaded just fine, so I don't think we're going to run into any kind of issues. Like, they're all... See, oddly enough, this guy is saying recallable procedural fairing, but these guys are apparently deprecated. Yeah, I know, like, I mean, I was aligned. I mean, we're at 112 and I'm at 110, so, I mean, I was the slow one here. So egg, cone egg? No. Atlas? Let's see what Atlas gives us. Let's get this guy. Not. Yeah, see, yeah, that's the thing. And the biggest thing for me, like, I would... So, two things. One is, updating to 112 is a huge overhaul in terms of RP1 itself. Like, there's a bunch of new stuff, and I haven't even checked out... I checked it out briefly, what it was. I know there's some really interesting dynamics, and, like, the gameplay now, like, how you have to... the project management side of things is really incredible now. But I'm not going to go to 112, not because I don't want these things, but mostly because it will kill our save. So, like, I don't want to lose, obviously, our series. I want to keep on going really far. But, and this is my second point, is we should still be able to update real fuels, procedural parts, RO capsules, and that kind of stuff to the latest versions without having to update RP1 to the latest version. I'll have to do some digging, but that could give us, the added functionality and newness of the parts themselves without breaking our career. So we'll have to check that out, but yeah, we'll have to be sure that we can still load the crafts and whatnot. So anyways, I'll have to do some digging. I'll ping Nathan and he'll be able to tell me. What am I doing? Let's go and size. They should be... Nope. 2.2. There we go. it back down to 0. So this is not the shape I want. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to craft it off of this guy and then lock it. What? Ah. Let me at least first get this guy out of the way. So we'll bring these all the way back down to 0 because we don't want to screw up with these guys in the way. That's got me thinking. We'll take care of this first, but I just realized something here. So something similar to that, but shorter. And then what we'll do is the actual fairing itself, fuselage recolor. So the nose auto shape is off. And we've got 1077. Conic shape preset is Atlas. Huh. So I guess I got that pretty close then. Ejection torque 62. Nose height, this is what I'm looking for. Where is it? Nose height at 2.7. It's cheers, Ezra. It's good to see you, man. Be well. It's pretty close, except that this is actually bigger. So we'll lock it. Then we'll get rid of the old one. But now... there's this guy here. And then the fairing sense sits on top of that. So we'll get the understage and we'll drop it down to just 1. We'll reuse this guy. Where's the one? No, that seems to be this guy here. There should be one. This guy. Yeah. This will be shorter. Fairing auto shape, gone. Is it going down? Is it shrinking? What's going on? where... Marky boy! Oh man, how are you doing? This guy. Ah, it's doing this. Okay. And... aha. This guy should be conic. Top. Uh-huh. Height. Size should be a bit more. Maybe a bit more. Bit less. Bit less. 25. Yeah, the really early stuff, oddly enough, is... it's actually really not that easy, man. I'm not gonna lie. I probably have a harder time with sounding rockets than I do with just about anything else. Although, mind you now, like, I've actually properly gone through it with this SIG, and I should be fine, but... yeah. But the early impact stuff is like you're shooting blind and you're basically hoping that you've got a good enough aim, and it's not easy. You have, like, you pay such a heavy price for just about every tiny little change you try to make, because everything is just riding on the absolute edge of what you can do. So yeah. Yeah, I feel your pain, man. So we'll get rid of this guy. I will not have additional nodes though. So we'll lock this guy's shape because we can keep that. We'll make the base a bit bigger so that the nodes are a little easier to get. Okay, and still no luck? Got it. Should be 3 nodes here. Should be 3 nodes. Why? There we go. Got it. We'll shrink it back down a bit just to save weight. Working on the motivation is a big part of it, man. I'm not gonna lie. Even when I sit down to do this, sometimes I'm like, I'd rather be doing something easier right now. So we'll save that. Let me just try something here real quick. I want to see if I can avoid having to use this guy. Let's get this guy out of the way. What about on the inside? Do we have another node? We have another node. I want to see if it's going to stay in place. It should stay in place. Although, I think I did make it too big. I'm going to have to resize my stuff. Damn it. Yeah, I burdened myself so much. Oh, actually, I know exactly. Oh, I know. I know what needs to happen here. I know exactly what needs to happen here. Okay, let's save this for posterity, but I know what I'm doing wrong. Where did it go? Is it still there? Oh, it's gonna be hard to find now. Damn it. Where is it? Where is it? It's this guy here. Oh, it's hidden. It's like in between. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I hate when this happens. Your personal thing, your favorite thing is building the launch pads? I'm not sure I follow. There it is. Okay, so get this guy back in like that. 160. Can we make it any smaller? Not interstage. Adapter, no. Payload adapter. Get back to two fairing nodes. You like, well, yeah, like modular launch pads is honestly that's like it's such a small part of a launch, but not having like just having the standard, I guess, like default clamps, it breaks immersion so badly, whereas having the actual launch pad makes it look that much more authentic and believable. A lot. So I get that. I would never want to play without modular launch pads. Okay. Uh-oh, where did it? Wait, what did it? Oh, it's right here. Come on. There we go. Okay. Can I reduce the base size and still... Or it's going to give you that sort of flat piece. Yeah. Yeah, the chilled fuel stuff is something that I've not used at all, but yeah, like having a proper launch pad with the swinging arms and everything, it's great. Burners catching the fuel on fire, smoke coming out of the vents, then watching the rocket trail up. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, is there new stuff like that on, are there new toys on modular launch pads that I'm not aware of? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm actually going to have to bring this guy back down to 2. How come it didn't resize? Odd. Why? Odd. How come it didn't? There we go. There we go. Wrong size, but okay, let's get this guy appropriately shaped. Nice. Very nice. Is that the one you showed us on the Discord earlier? Nice. We'll get it to 125. And now actually what we're going to do, little secret I learned not too long ago is if you, I don't know why I have to buy this. I should have it. What am I using here? Oh yeah, this is the guy. So, you take this guy. You give it a flat shape, planar. The failing to record part is the worst part. I've done that. So yeah, you do this. And then what you do, this guy is attached to the fin, right? It's surface attached. And then what you do is you grab this guy, lock its shape. We don't need this one anymore. We'll keep one copy as a backup in case, but you basically take it, And then you can attach it to... You can attach it to that. Right? And then you can just move this guy. So now basically this guy's attached to this, which is attached to that. So when this guy jettisons, all of this follows suit. This is basically how I got this entire portion to work. Like this guy and then that guy are all attached, and this guy here are all attached to this guy by a series of... They're hard to pinpoint, but basically you can see them here. See? So when this one panel jettisons, it takes with it those truss components, which take away the other panel components attached to it. Super nifty little trick you can use. And then you do that so that it's fairly hidden so you can't really see it. You can, man. I mean, honestly, I would actually have to rebuild this panel just because if you see, like, you've got this lip here at the bottom, whereas for this panel here, it's actually here. So I could maybe invert the panel so that the lip is on top and not at the bottom, blah, blah, but whatever. But yeah, and then this whole panel here is actually just attached to this orthogonal cube, which I could probably even get rid of actually just to reduce part count by that much. See, this is the entire panel. We'll see if we can maybe update that a little bit. For now, let's keep this going. Let's finish working this out. There. So now this is in effect one fairing, even though it's actually not. But you can't even tell. See? Bada bing, bada boom. Huh? Not bad. Now the one thing that doesn't cooperate is this, but we don't really care about that. It was really just, as far as I understand it, the jettisonable panels. So you have the insulation when you're on the ground to keep moisture from building up on the vehicle, and then you get rid of it for weight savings, right? But yeah, then when you're in space, started raining here. When you're in space, then you have like massive radiation heating, right? But the aft part of Centaur had this radiative shielding. So what I'm guessing they would do is they would deliberately orient the ass towards the sun so that the sides and the top of the bulkhead weren't in direct sunlight. Only the ass part of it, the aft bulkhead, which had this radiative shielding on it. Hey, Jeremy. That's what I'm guessing they did. How they worked it out. But yeah, I am kind of annoyed with this. At one point, I may or may not do something about it, but I am kind of bothered by it. The fact that there's like this lip here and then this one there. But I am thinking that we could. Let me save in case I screw something up. That's always a good idea. Do we need this guy anymore? We do not. We need this guy anymore? We do not. We can just do what the hell just happened? Toggle. That was weird, but all right. Interestingly enough, though, for Atlas 2, Centaur 2 was used for Atlas 2 and for Atlas 3. And Centaur 2, which looks something like this, the panels there were no longer jettisoned during ascent. So did they find a lighter type of insulation that made it simpler? Because the thing about having to jettison the panels is, one, it's a risk during ascent that they could come off accidentally or come off wrong. You have to have a mechanism for that to work, so there's risks involved. If the foam is just coated on, it stays there, there's no issues. So I suspect that those reasons are probably why for Centaur 2 the foam insulation was a permanent fixture. And you've got the quintessential, orange color which the external tank on the shuttle used or had as well, and that's really just the color of the cork. I think it's cork foam or whatever it was made out of that has just that color, basically like unpainted. It looks like that, which is why it has this appearance. But let me see. Oh, you know what? I just realized. I realized why I can't flip this around. I was gonna see if I could maybe grab this fairing here, base, which holds all these panels, and rather than having it at the bottom, bring it on top and then flip the panels around. But I realized that they peel off rotating downwards like that, which is what they're supposed to do. And if I invert this, they're going to peel off like that from the bottom, rotating up, which is not accurate. So, yeah, it's an acquired taste, eh? It really is an acquired taste. So what do we have? Okay, so let me see if I can do something here, because I want to see. We'll keep this as a backup here, and then let's see if do I have an additional free nodes. I should. What is this node? I don't know. And these are locked. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. So this node belongs to... Okay, interesting. So I don't need this. I used that just to see what this node was. Is this used by anything? So we'll get rid of that because we don't need these. These are just like a bunch of parts that I use to create the nodes, to put the parts in the right place. But then when I don't need them, I can get rid of them because when it saves weight, but mostly it helps bring the part count down a bit. So I should be able to grab this whole assembly and not have to depend on this guy at all. Potentially. Because I could remove just that one cubic part and that would be that less. One less part. Seems like we're good. See, that's why I had to build this kind of cup, I guess, like aerodynamic shroud. So just so that it could go over that hose and not interfere with it. Honestly, the fact that you can play around with procedural parts and procedural fairings in particular to create all of this kind of stuff is just like a world of possibilities of what you can do. I would be so miserable if we lost, like, I don't know if the fact that you can surface attach components the way that you can and they kind of all follow suit with like the truss component like I showed earlier. I don't know if that's an accident or not, but heavens, man, I'm so ridiculously happy we can do that because all of this, these are just basic panels, but all of this is like a construction of like 5 or 6 parts just to kind of like create this aero shroud that goes over this piping, and it's like none of it would be possible were it not for that. So it's the best. There. And we can bring it in a bit, I think. Yeah, just a bit. And up. Yeah, mate. Seriously. I don't know how RP1's modding community compares to other modding communities, but it's pretty damn crazy, man. Like, some of the mods are just insanely complicated. So this guy, which I thought I needed, I actually don't need at all. So boom, that's one last part. That's a pretty clean build, man. Pretty damn clean. I mean, KSP optimization is basically going to come with KSP2. Like, KSP2 is going to be such a drastic departure from KSP1 just because from the ground up it's going to be built right. Like, I think that all the lag and stuttering that we're used to having as part of KSP, it's just going to be gone, and it's going to be a bit of a shock. Like, we're going to need some getting used to, because it's just going to be so weird to have it not have any lag at all. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to RP1 KSP2 for sure. for sure. I just want to see something here. 5.6. Huh. We do that. 43 instead of 138. Huge difference. I don't know, man. I mean, if after having seen what the modding community in KSP can do, we'll just have to wait and see, man. Because I mean, like, compare what stock KSP now looks like compared to RSS and RO, and even just visually, it looks very different. Like, there's a very arcadey kind of look to stock KSP that is just absent from RSS. So I'm very much expecting there to be the similar kind of stuff in RP1 for KSP2. Uh-oh. What did I just do? I'm looking forward to RP2. my rig is getting pretty dated, actually. I'd need like a GoFundMe for a new rig or something, man. So what are we looking like? My rig is, so my GPU is a 1070. It's like 1070, not 370, not 270, 1070, 1070. My RAM is 32 gigs. Latency I think is 11 or 13. Clock speed I think is 2400 megahertz. CPU is i5 7000K, 7600K. And I've got a Asus ROG Z270E motherboard. So I am a few generations behind, as you can see. I have one of those. Which one? Which one? One of those what? Which Atlas though? Because Atlas 2 and Atlas 3 use Centaur 2. And then Atlas 5 has the white Centaur. $1070, yeah. Mine's like a 1070 OC, like factory overclocked. But yeah. Let's. Yeah, that 16 gigs is gonna hurt you. What's your? Did you tweak or increase your virtual memory? Because that's something else you can do. So let me grab these guys. We'll put these guys somewhere for safekeeping. Actually, hold on. I'm just putting this guy in here so that I can attach the pharynx to, just to keep it a safe keeping until we work on the top part to recreate the avionics modules look. I just want them out of the way right now. But I don't want to accidentally lose them. Can you please? There we go. Okay. So, you're I'm going to get 32 gigs. Yeah, 32 gigs now is totally doable. 2060s, okay. 12600K. How much is that processor worth? I mean, it's not about the clock speed, right? The single core clock speed. I don't know. Is that still a thing in KSP2, the single core clock speed? Or is like multi-threading CPUs a thing now in KSP2? Number 9. Insulation. This is kind of rounded, so what we'll do, rather than using this guy, I'll put it away for now, but that. We'll get our trusty fairing stuff out. This guy, unlock it. We'll increase the node count to 12. Yeah, that's about right. Nope, 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 nope. Height. Get that to 0. Let's go. Cylinder end. 1, 2. Let's get it nice and thin. Top will shrink. Why? Good luck, mate. How do I get it to be thin? What if we height? No. This is not what I want. There we go. This is what I want. Something like that, but this is way too high. Yeah, even the earliest rockets, man, it was always It wasn't some guy with a stick flying it. It was computers, man. Super primitive ass computers, analog up the wazoo, but computers nonetheless. So what is this looking like? Okay. I think it needs to be a bit wider, so what we'll do is we'll further. Oh, it's so hard to grab this guy. We'll do that. We'll drop it down to 10. Okay. And then we'll drop it back down so that we can get it really nice and thin. Like that. Is the size right? Is the height right? Ahoy hoy, mister. How's it going, Opus? So this is... Where does this guy start? Funny how computers nowadays can do that in background and process a video for someone. Yep. Pretty much. Can we be space pirates this stream? Explain. Let's lock it for now. This is what I'm trying to figure out, is what the shape of this guy is. I think it needs to be taller. Okay. Just so that I don't lose this part, let me do this. Is it? What's more fun about it? No, it's not insignificant. 2 degrees is a couple hundred meters per second, so it's not nothing. Yeah, I can get that. Okay, let me see. I will be back in about 5-ish minutes. And we'll resume then, but for now, I'll just keep it here. But I will be back. We back. We back. We back. We back. Am I alone? Did everybody leave? The probe is 73 kilos. Is that your lunar impactor? 73? That seems heavy? Why is it so heavy? Alright. I'm gonna really try and get a better view of this guy here somewhere. Yep, just us chickens here. How many people are we anyways right now? Yeah, just us three. Just us three clowns. Unlike Carnassa, who like scores 4,500 people at every stream. It's kind of weird to think. It's impressive the way he's grown his channel. Crazy to think that we started like a week or two apart ish. Yeah. So I think you must be doing something wrong with your probe. My first impactor was battery powered only. I had 0 solar panels. Because you basically don't need any guidance for it. You just need a ballistic trajectory to the moon. You need battery powered and the weakest antenna you can manage that will still give you contact. No, he did get a boom from, you're right, Opus. He did get a boom from his shorts, but it was his constant streaming. That's the thing, like the difference, the main difference between him and me is he puts content out like every second day. Like there was a stint there where he had both series going and like was streaming all the time, so like that draws people in. That's the thing. So, but the shorts, I don't know. I'm so mitigated on whether or not I want to do shorts, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to understand what this guy is even for. I think these are the best shots I have. Dewey. This is a mirror image, so that more or less helps. It's definitely connected at the base. So I think we've got something going here. How tall is it? About as tall as that, it seems. That's confusing. I suppose so, mate. I suppose so. See, it's these guys here that I thought this shroud was about, and it's not. So what is this guy for? This guy could be like that. Man, who knew Avionics could be such a thing of beauty? You know what I mean? Is it just me? Got to go back in time and to walk the Centaur assembly lines. One day, what kind of probe are you using? Science? Scientific probe? Like, you should be able to manage just on battery power there. Ooh, I doubt it. If he's trying to do an impactor, I doubt it. I doubt it. So I think this guy. This guy seems to be as tall as this. There's that arrow shroud here, which is really not a shroud there. Do we still have this up? Yes, we do. Trying to see what I can maybe find off of these that I haven't already seen. Maybe this guy? I keep getting just partial. That's interesting that I didn't know they had these two assembly lines going in tandem, huh? Because this was for shuttle. And Titan 4. Huh. Ooh, that's a big one. That should be good, actually. Do you already have this one? You know what? I lie, Mark. I'm lying. Hold on. I just realized. When did I do my impactor? I think it was 12. Episode 12, I think, is what it was. I did have solar panels. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is what I had. This was my solar impactor. I had solar panels and triple antenna for added range. I had an RCS which could go fore and aft only, so it was a science probe. It was spin stabilized. And that's why you have panels that are like tilted for the rear and for the front. See? There you go. So you had like one RCS fore and aft, so I could kind of play with the orbit with the science probe. And it was a science probe because that's the one that consumes the least amount of electricity. And then these were basically set to as low gain as they could go. Yeah, that's what's killing you, man. That's why. That's why. What was I actually got this guy. Ah, that's nice and big. See, these are the kind of pictures that are useful. But this seems to be a later version of Centaur. I really didn't know, General Dynamics, that they had these two assembly lines going side by side like that. Because this wasn't until Shuttle. What? No. My timeline is completely screwed up right now. I'm so confused. This is an Atlas SLV. When did this guy come on board? Centaur G. Because this is still like, this has to be either Atlas SL3C or Atlas 2. I didn't think this Centaur existed back then. Huh. Well, what do you know? Apparently nothing in my case. This guy here. I'm trying to figure out where this guy is mounted, how it's mounted, and why. There you go. Oh, I see. It's up and then tilted. Ah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I get it now. So what we'll do, we'll just pull this guy out of the way. So this guy's basically up and tilted. Mm-hmm. Can we cylinder start? something that's too much. How did you cheat hydrazine in? Okay. See, like, I am not a speedrunner aficionado by any means. Any means. Like, some people are really good at figuring out all these tiny little loopholes and, like, how to get to the moon in, like, 1954. But I am... That's not me. So there's like a flat panel here and then a curved one here. I definitely need more height. $98.17 delta V. You can sense your excitement and your joy all the way from here, man. Yeah, baby. Conic. Is that right? Yeah, that's gotta suck. It's so hard to grab because it's so small. You sound like a man who's got 1,000 pounds off his shoulders. I think this is gonna be it. Like that. Let's save this for now. So based off of this guy here, we've got that. We need something like that here. Oh. Well, I always look. So whenever I look at my Delta V readouts, I'm never looking at the non-vacuum stats. I know that for orbit, I need 9,500 meters per second vacuum total. Leo. Moon, I think, is 13,000. if I remember correctly, or 12,700 exactly, but 13,000 for margins. So yeah, 2 tons to Leo. Man, if you can do 2 tons to Leo, you should be able to do the moon. So this is going to be... Something like that, maybe, that we can apprehend. And make it white. Five stages. Seven stages? Holy. Beastie, what's up, man? Not featuring Death Trap Drag Racer, though? Well, no. This is actually... So, the Death Trap Drag Racer, aptly named because it was a death trap, but perfectly designed to be a death trap because you're testing an ejection seat system. So, you know, it's exactly what you need it to be. I mean, if you want to test an ejection seat system, you'd want to test it on a death trap because then you really want it to work. So you're going to test right. But this is actual career save that we're working on. I'm redesigning Centaur. We're tweaking it a bit because I wanted to further improve the quality of the aesthetics on it. So that's what we're working on right now. Well, exactly, right? If it's not a death trap, nobody's close to dying. I mean, what's the point? You know? Let me grab this guy and get rid of that. All of this. That. Because I just want to see how much can I shrink this guy. I'm basically trying to replicate something else that I noticed on here that I was not doing correctly. See, now with all these updates, I'm going to look at my previous Centaur and be like, oh, I'm ashamed I ever flew that thing. This is what happens. Whenever you improve on something, you hate the previous thing, even though at one point you loved the previous thing. Let's see what this actually looks like. We are tweaking this thing here. People keep telling me about procedural paints. I don't know what it is. Hold on. PSP procedural paints. Procedural parts, procedural paint. The aircrafts are never finished, just awaiting the next. True. Where's this procedural paints, you people? Is this it? Am I looking at the right thing? That's. Huh. So, how does it work? Also, how did you know I didn't have... so you can kind of do shit like this? Kerbal... No, that's not the same thing. Procedural paint is currently a PR by... A PR? A personal request? What's a PR? Manual edition from GitHub. Ah. That's why I don't have it. See? I think I tried procedural paints a while back and it was pretty jank. Lot of cabling. God, I wish there was a way to like replicate this without being over the top. There is one thing we can do, and it's to grab, if I can get it, this guy, and then scooch it on over. Slightly more accurate, Centaur is slightly more accurate. So, one thing at a time. I keep going back and forth. This is the guy. Not a great angle there. Also, this looks really cool. I'll come back to this, but this looks kind of cool. Although the problem with my setup is we almost need something that has this kind of surface, but then is open at the top, rather than having all of this truss at the top. Can't have it all, can you, Calvin? Conformer decals now to customize stuff. It's far from a perfect solution, I think, though. I mean, I have to ask, how could you tell I wasn't using procedural paint? I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know what you saw that I am not doing or whatever. So we'll come back to this. We'll come back to that later. There we go. So much, man. Centaur is such a complicated beast. Can you imagine all of this design work, all the tiny little bits and pieces, the circuitry, all of that, all the work to construct it, to manufacture it, and then use it once? Because you were using structures as decor still, but how does procedural paint keep you from having to use structures as decor? Can you do that? I'm playing a stock mirror with hard mode. I mean, is he going to survive that long? You add massless, physicless, for decor without breaking the bank or dry mass budgets. I mean, honestly, all of the detailing that I do, all of this stuff, it's pretty low mass. It's still there, so it adds, a degree of realism. But also, the one thing I've done is all of the purely aesthetic stuff that would normally require tooling, like this, I cheat the money back just because it has no positive impact on the game to have these. It's really purely aesthetic, and the game is just not designed, the costing and tooling is not designed to factor in people doing this kind of shenanigans. So like I kind of don't have a choice if I want to do well financially, if that makes sense. Conformal decals is one of those things. Exactly, yeah, exactly. It's just decor. But conformal decals is another one of those things where it's the tiniest little detail, but it has the biggest impact, like on the immersion of the look of the rocket and the feel and everything. It's brilliant. I love it. This is way too shiny. Is that? Way too high. Way too high. What was it at? It's like here. Let's go 155 instead. And then we'll do that. A 100 and 150. The thing is, it's this part is not supposed to be. It is see-through, eh? Oddly enough. Yeah, the fairings do that. Like they allow you to see through stuff. Which is kind of weird, like here. My plane is so great. Which plane? You could fly into the sun and then just blind them. Let's finish what we were working on. I keep going away from it. So basically, this is way too complicated for me to replicate here, but we could add a little something to that effect. We'll make this guy a bit bigger. Like that. We should check to see what kind of clearances we have here. I love this feature as well. The toggle open close, super useful. Very, very useful. We got this guy. Okay, we'll toggle back closed. There's a lot of clearance actually. Is this where it's supposed to be? Too high. I'll probably have to rework this part as well. Not too bad. It's fairly simple to rework. That's not going to be an issue. I actually used, I think it was this, yeah. I used a node off of this guy to attach it. I mean, old school airplanes, like the Sentry fighters, they were pretty shiny, man. Like, really shiny. So we'll do this for now. We'll keep working on. We'll keep working on this. Bring this guy down a bit, and that's gonna be good. I like that. I don't know how well this is gonna. Okay. So that's this part done, which is good. Damn right I am. I started doing ejection capsules way before I started playing RP1. Like, stock K speed 131, and I was like, why aren't people doing this? Like, I was building fighter jets and just having fun doing that with BD Armory, and I was like, this just makes sense to do that. So I did, and it was great, and I've just kept it up because why the hell not? No, I have Opus done quite a lot with planes. Even in this series, we had three space planes, including an X-15, I built a replica XB70, although I put like a 7th engine in there. I've done a lot with planes. There's a lot of stuff in the earlier part of the series with planes, rocket planes. But no, in KSP, like, I've done a lot of stuff with planes, even stuff that's not in the series and that kind of stuff. Like, honestly, building planes in KSP is a lot of fun. It's underrated, I think. I think it's because people have a harder time making a good plane than they do making a good rocket. Like, it's a different dynamic, and there's some basic stuff you need to know that I think a lot of people get wrong. Okay. Yeah, it is, but there's some really basic stuff you need to know. As long as you know those basic things, honestly, you'll be good. And using atmosphere autopilot is an absolute godsend. Like, you cannot fly nearly as well without it. What am I working on? I want to finish the top here. Let's make some different sized modules like this. Okay, we'll make these all white. Okay. I never even use that screen at all. But I would probably benefit from doing so. I'm not gonna argue that. But honestly, like, I discovered that mod when I was trying to build an F-16, and I was working on having a relaxed stability aerodynamic profile, and it was properly unstable, and it was ridiculously hard to fly. Like, the stock SAS just couldn't handle it. And then I discovered atmosphere autopilot, slapped it on, and then the thing was just a beast to fly. Like, it was so razor sharp when it turned and everything. It was crazy. It is so good, so good. I don't know who did it, but oh, dude knows how to do things, man. Let's go 0, 0, and then we'll get more of a rectangular shape. Thickness, let's go with 45. Shock brake poles. Hold on. You guys are teaching me something here. What are we talking about? Post it on my Discord. I want to go back and see that. I'm genuinely curious now. Skinny rods at the wingtips. Gotta start adopting those myself. Interesting that area. Skinny rods at the wingtips. Skinny rods at the wingtips. That does what? It decreases drag from the shock brake poles? Now I'm really intrigued, actually. Yo, we've been at it for almost 4 hours. Unbelievable. So I want to see, where would this guy be? Let's get a good picture of... So this is something that, what you're talking about, Beastie, I don't know how well KSP actually models aerodynamic stuff and drag and all this stuff and shocks. Like, one thing you can't really do, like the XB70 in real life uses the shockwave formed on the wings, captures it with the folding wings, and creates, shock lift, right? And that's how it's able to reduce drag and fly as fast as it did for being so large. But as far as I know, that kind of stuff is not something that's modeled in KSP. So a lot of times, like there's when it comes to planes and stuff, there's stuff that I'd like to do, but I don't know how well that stuff is actually modeled in KSP, so I don't do it, or like I'm wondering and I'm curious. But notches in wings and that kind of stuff, but like I never really did get around to getting a good idea of how aerodynamics are modeled, how accurately or unaccurately they're modeled. It could just be a bug. Let's get this guy here, this guy here. I could probably make much better craft if I bothered to learn how to use the fart infographics and all that. I usually kind of just winged it, haha, but I could probably be building even better stuff still. Aft. Is my panel the right size? Seems like it. Is it the right shape? Hard to tell. One thing for sure, it needs to be thinner, that's for sure. Like that. We'll keep it like that. That'll be that. We'll lock this guy. Winging it is having fun. A pro expression if you're talking about aircraft. So we'll do, I keep feeling this thing is both right and wrong, and it's freaking hard to tell. Guys, it's almost midnight, and we've been at it for 4 hours minus 5 minutes. So, we are going to, once we hit that 4 hour mark, we'll call it quits, because I still got kids to deal with tomorrow morning, and yeah. It's a long weekend, but I gotta be careful. Can't be playing with fire. $182 by nice, Mark. Have you played with RP2? Like, is that the update, the 1.12 update? No, I have not, and I probably won't. I don't know, just because I can't port this series to I can't port this series to 112 because it will break it. Nathan Cal specifically said that it was going to break it, so I will not because of that, unfortunately. But yeah, well done, Mark. Also, well done for that orbit. 182, 177 is, yeah, it's a proper orbit when you're trying to transit to the moon. Good stuff, mate. This is starting to look much better than previous Centaurs. Not by much, but it's the fine things, the little details that count. We'll have to manually put this guy in. Yeah, that's what I heard too. It was like it was a massive overhaul, not so much in how you do rockets, but how you do the whole project management side of it. I know he did like a 3.5 hour stream over it, and I'm just like, oh, it's so long just to get. We're like, I want the abridged version. I don't want to watch a 3.5 hour stream to get it. Azure website name for, I have no idea what that means. Contracts don't give money. Reputation actually reputation matters. See, right now it's the other way around. Contracts do give money. Reputation matters at all. Like, there's a lot of it that I'm probably gonna go like, oh, I want it, but the only problem is because it breaks the save. It's like, do we? You know. So yeah. We have to get these guys back. I'm still working on this guy. Something feels wrong. Something feels right, something feels wrong, I'm not sure. Yeah. We'll put these guys... No, we'll keep this here for now. Alright. Well, yeah, that's 40 seconds away from the 4-hour mark. And a whole new resource. Confidence? Yeah, it was like 2 hours just getting his space program set up before even building anything. If you start it now as a fresh save, even your save would break when big changes come around. Well, it's still alpha. Extra pre-alpha? Is it? Is it? So 112 is not... It's not a stable build yet? Super pre-alpha? Newspaper articles when you complete milestones, and I thought that was pretty cool. Good job, Mark. Good job, Mark. Alright, people. It's been a hell of a fun time. Good progress. This is slowly turning into an even better version of the previous stuff. So, we're not done, but it's getting there. RP1 stable on 112, but are they actually calling it RP2? Is that what they're calling it? RP2? Or is that just informally the newer version of RP1? Yeah, man. Thanks for everything, my dudes. Really cool hanging out. Fun little stream Saturday evening or whatever time zone you guys are in. Also, drop in my Discord. Show me some screenies of what you did there. What you were talking about, the wind, or not the wind, the wing poles. I want to see what you guys were up to. Although I have a pretty good idea, but I still want to get a screenshot if I can. That being said, I'll catch you later. RP2 is a whole new generation, not just a patch. I'll have to do some digging and read up. I'm assuming it's on the Discord. I'll have to go snoop. Alright, guys. Cheers. Be well. And catch you in the next stream.